Alrighty, Sammy's taken first. Let's see. Just gotta make sure I've got all things set up. No, I was looking at the screen when you put that chat message through. So I knew that the announcer was going off. You thought you could get me. You thought you could scare me. Laughable. Whoops. I'm just dropping my phone. All right. Should be good. I just need to get words on stream set up. And word chain. Word chain. All right. That's where you should be. That's where you should be, chat. You're over there. Hidden. It's also. Hang on. Yes. Yes, excellent. All right. Couch potato. Potato mash. Potato sour? No, potato slice? Salad. No. Skin. Potato skin. Skin. Dermatologist. That's too big. There's too many letters in that, Sammy. We only have like 10 letters. No, 9 letters. Yeah. Skin dentist. Skin disease. Nah, unfortunately, out of gone. DE. Skin dent. Skin deep. Skin deep. Skin deep. Deep dive. No. Deep. Divide. Doo-doo. Deep doo-doo. How you doing, Adagon? Deep dish. Dish. Soap. Soap opera. Okay. Okay. Figured that out. We got there. We got there. We need to figure out lighting. Just working on my game wiki host at the moment. Nice, nice. I need to make a website for this game. But I need to figure out lighting first. And materials as well. Because I want the walls. I guess that's something. I think I'm overthinking it. Like this here, this material here, it doesn't really need a metallic. Just needs to look like white metal panels. Yeah. Yeah. Lighting is going to be the bane of my existence for this game. Because we're not going to have a sun. There's no sun. It's all enclosed. So there's no point in having a sun. Hmm. So when's the next D2 jam? 12th to the 15th. Okay. Okay. 12th to the 15th. And then there's this one where I'm defending my title, which is the 16th. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Is that a localized time? Or is that the American time? So that's localized time? Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All the dates inside are localized. Awesome. Awesome. Um, and then this is localized to me as well. So, all right. I may very well be participating in 2 game jams in 3 days. Will I be able to make a game in that time? That's the question. Because all of my ideas for games generally take up a minimum of weeks to have like a proof of concept or something. um, I might be able to figure something out. I can think of some. Usually, you have to scope small. Yeah, that's my problem. That's my problem. I'm too used to things being bigger than average. So trying to scope smaller than what I'm used to is difficult. What up, Orcus? How you doing? How's it going, Dex? Second and third. Monday stream? What do you mean? It's Tuesday. Thank you very much. Okay. It's the 18th, which is a Tuesday. What up, Bosnia? How are we? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing a fantastic. I remember the schedule at all, so I'm surprised there's still a stream at all. So I'm surprised there's stream at all. I mean, tomorrow, tomorrow, and the day after are the days I take off. And then if something comes up, like there's nothing that will come up this week. I've got my apartment sorted. I've got everything organized. Yeah. 290 stream streak. Damn. 290. That's a big number. I just noticed, how the hell does he have 290? Sammy has over 300. And Gamer, I think it was yesterday or the day before, Gamer redeemed their 420 stream streak. So you got some competition here. What the fuck? Well, I used to stream twice a day, Bosnia. I used to stream twice a day. So really that's just like this year. That's just how many streams there's been this year, basically. You thought 4 was good? I mean, there's a lot of people to watch. I struggle to keep stream streaks, to be honest. Do we want a sky? So it's the appropriate process mode based on your sky shader. If your shader uses time or position, this will use real time. If your shader uses any of the lights variables or any of the custom uniforms, this uses incremental. Otherwise, defaults to quality. Quality uses high quality importance sampling to process the radiance map. In general, this results in much higher quality than real time. It takes longer to generate. This should not be used if you plan on changing the sky at runtime. Were enough and is showing sparkles or fireflies. Try increasing rendering reflections, sky reflections, GGX. Okay. So I think that's what we want. I think we want quality. G'day, Cam. How you doing? You should have 3,000. Sometimes it's hard, especially when someone does not stream regularly. True. 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 I attempted to resign from my job. It's the thought that counts. What do you mean you attempted? What does that mean? They hit me with a good counter offer. See, now you got to ask yourself, do you want to be there with them, like with them knowing that you tried to quit? If I also have the bottom color as white, if I have the bottom color as black, I don't think we need a sky. Hmm. We wouldn't want it that high. I think hitting it with the 80, 80, 80. Actually, I want to speak pure British, but you probably won't understand. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. £20 coupon. My boss offered me a 20-piece chicken McNugget box out of McDonald's. Ew. Offered me a big chunk of pay. I want to speak pure British, like an insane pay increase to the point people think I'm crazy if I don't accept. Okay, let me turn British. Go for it, Bosnia. Bosnia turning British, the true definition of colonialism. God damn, colonized. Colonized. Um, Tuesday, isn't it? True, correct. Correct. That's the thing. I remember I'm always hesitant to stay. Like if I choose to leave a company, I'm leaving the company. Especially after I tell them that I'm resigning. Because if I tell them I'm resigning and they come back with a counter offer being like, all right, we'll give you this much if you'll stay. In the back of my mind, it's like, you know that I want to leave though. You know that money isn't going to make me happy to stay here. It's just going to keep me here until I can find something else that pays more. So you're going to try and replace me before that happens. I think they've realized I run mostly everything. I made every single script we use on the daily. You'll probably find that they might start getting you to document that stuff and teach other people that stuff. Yep. Being a knowledge silo is not a good thing. Okay, so that's with SDFGI. I like that. I like that SDFGI. I'll lock all these in place. That's only a temporary as well. Can I try my attempt at British humor? Color, armor, flavor, aluminium. I don't know what the joke is. It is my firm conviction that this shall prove to be an exemplary broadcast of the highest caliber. Okay. And I intend to establish a permanent presence herein until such a time as its former, albeit forgotten, prestige is fully restored. You think there was prestige? You're insane. Um, Collision detection approach to reduce light leaking. Okay. This broadcast shall inevitably yield to my resolute dominion. No, it won't. No. It possesses no measure of fortitude capable of withstanding my relentless subjugation. How did I do? That wasn't very British. There was no one. There was not a single governor. Formal British. I'd say just formal. Yeah. You didn't drink tea and you didn't bring opium. You failed. That's true. That's true. We don't need fog. I'm actually British though, so I speak American to fit in. Fair enough. So that's why you spell color without the U and favor without the U, and why you pronounce aluminium aluminum. It's like aluminium. See? Aluminium. Whereas Americans pronounce it aluminum. See? Yeah. So it's only America that does it wrong. It's only America that does it wrong. Everyone else has it correctly. Reflected light. Background doesn't have any color though. It's glow. If true, the glow effect is enabled. This simulates real-world atmosphere and eye camera behavior, causing bright pixels to bleed onto surrounding pixels. Okay, I don't want that. Okay, so we got tone map of ACES. There's also AGX, Filmic, Reinhard, Linear. I like AGX. Like AGX could be good. T is exceedingly splendid, owing to its embodiment of the most resolute and authoritative spirit of governance. No. That's a lie. So for the light, I'm wondering if we do have a directional light. Light only. Damn. Here's the thing, I don't want it to light up all that. I want it to just be like internal. It's like the second I have it casting shadow, it's like dark in here. Yeah. And turn it on, it's like lighting up that wall. I turn that down, I turn indirect energy up. No. Yeah, I don't think a directional light's the way we want to go.
Oi governor, it's CHEWSDAY in it? Core blimey, I've just popped down the chippy for a cheeky portion o' chips.
Fair enough. That's very British. That is very British. I don't sound like. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Bosnia. It's exactly what you sound like. And the problem with this. If I have its range set to 15, you can kind of see like that there. It's brighter there and dimmer over there. And it also impacts the stuff out here too. It's like I'm fine with it coming up here because we've got the glass there. But then you've got that kind of gives away the position. Like, see how it's like brighter in the center. I don't want that sort of thing. But that is one option. I could possibly. No. Jesus Christ. This projector. Flip. Mm. Because that does kind of give it a. Like, I can put some fake lights in. Yeah. Change my Twitch name. What are you changing your Twitch name to, Bosnia? Let's just put it back to what it was. I feel like there is a way to do this just with environment. If we change you to sky, what about a physical sky material? But because we have SDFGI on, that's going to be an issue. How do you verify your email? They send you an email, and then you go into your email, and you click the link, and that verifies your email. Straightforward. Um, because yeah, it's the SDFGI that's it's only from adjusting the sky values. How do we do indoor lighting? Um, maybe reflection probes is what I need. Let's see. Objects can show reflected and or diffuse light. Reflection probes are used as a source of reflected and ambient light for objects inside the area of influence. More accurate reflections than voxel GI and SDF GI. Okay. I'm not sure how that helps with lighting though. But it does. Okay. Still not sure if that gives me like a global illumination that I can. I pop that up the top there. Really only needs to be like jeez, that's I mean that does give me a nice area. Enable shadows. So if I bump that back up to 20 and 20, I'm not really seeing shadows anywhere. Um, so yeah, I'd want it at the top of the room. So if I do have it like such, select it to be interior. If true, reflections will ignore sky contribution. Oops. What? That's the reflection probes doing its thing. Okay. If I turn that on, that's not going to help at all. Okay, so I think we go with reflection probes, but we don't have interior sets. And then I think if we change the sky. No. No, that didn't do anything. So, how can we have it dim? I suppose it's not really a light, though, is it? Hmm. What if I change this to be an area light? And we bake this. Size would be oh hello. Let's pop that at 6. Six, 5. We don't want distance fade. If we duplicate that, rotate 90, put it at negative 0.5. Then we've got some light leaking. Yeah, that's not gonna... No, I don't think that's gonna give us what we want. That does give us a like kind of a very nice. That gives us a very nice illumination for that room. Let's do an SDFGI on. If I get rid of these, just have you as color. Now if we turn reflection probes on, okay. Still has those areas over there. We go interior. I think those areas in the corner, because of that. Then we'd need light in here too, so we'd have to have like another light map. But the question now becomes, how do I have the entire light, like the entire environment, dim? Set you as interior as well. Because I could turn it all off. But that's not like a general dimming of everything, you know? Trying to figure out how to do this without having like 50 lights in the game, which is very like, which the more lights you have, the more performance impact there is. So you want to keep that number as small as possible. Hmm. How do we do this? Um, okay, so there's exposure. So we could have something like we tweak the exposure. We tweak the exposure and also have these lights dim. So then we get this to like 0.1 or 0.01, maybe 0.02. Yeah. So it's very dark. And these lights turned off completely. Like they're just like where are we? So this gets set. Oh, hello. Main doorway lights. Oh, because of the emission. So yeah, the emission multiplier gets set to 0 for those. And I would need a system that hooks all of that together. And then it seems like all the lights in the facility are dim. No, I can't do that because it doesn't seem like all of the lights in the facility are dimming. The issue with that method is the like when you go like I want it so that all of it dims, but these are still providing some sort of light. So like this room dims from the lights that are like around the area somewhere. What if instead of those what if I give all of my materials an emission? So like the walls and the floor all have an emission. No, because then you don't have. I can get rid of the metallic. Yeah, the floor loses all of its detail. Loses all the detail from texture. I'd have to also give you texture. But that doesn't, yeah, that's not an option. Um, hmm. How? I do not know. Lighting is the worst thing. Um, I want to see like enclosed room. Like if we have a look at portal here. Bridge constructor portal. Uh, nice. Um, because there's at least one event that would have the lights dim. And you see how they've got lights along there. We've got lights there. Like none of these lights are contributing to the illumination of the level. So how would you get something like that that can also dim? Like where's all this light coming from? Coming from over here. Like light coming from the top there that looks a bit odd. This one's got a hole in the ceiling, so that's easy to identify. Hmm. Let's try it with the voxel GI. Instead of a light map GI, is that a voxel GI? Bump you up 3. Why is that lit up? There's no lights. So how is this lit up? And how are these lit up? I think I've confused Godot. Let's reload and see what happens. Yeah, yeah. I confused Godot. All right. So how to do this? The area lights are very performance intensive, which is why I've got light map GI. The light map GI. There's nothing I can. Nothing I can set in here. There's nothing I can set in there that has it dim. Hmm. Why does lighting have to be so difficult? It seems to be the biggest hurdle for me when it comes to games. All right. I'm going to give you his words. I'm going to get another coffee. Then hopefully when we get back, we'll hopefully be able to get this sorted out. I mean, we've got like 5 hours, or no, we've got like another 7 hours to. Yeah. There's the first word for you. I'm getting a coffee. BRB. I'll be back. No one helping you, Sammy. Uh, there we go. Well done, Sammy. What up, Vum? How's things going? All right. We're trying to figure out our lighting approach. Basically, what I want, it's a completely enclosed facility. So there's no sun, like no directional light is able to really get in and do anything. Like the directional light hits there and it hits that, but that's not good. That's not good. You don't want that. Yeah. So I've got a light map. Yeah. So I have a light map for the room. But that doesn't really help us with what we want. And the voxel GI does nothing. These reflection probes aren't doing shit either. And we can't use the area light 3Ds because those are very performance intensive. And if I set this back to sky, turn off enabled. So this gives us a sort of it gives us something, but there's no way to adjust it. And I want to be able to have I want the entire environment to dim. Well, there's going to be events in the game that will cause all of the lights to dim. So I would want these to be providing some sort of like emergency lighting, you know, through their emission. But I would want the rest of the light to like dim down. And the only way I can think to do that at the moment is through like something to do with the sky. So we have the ground be black. We have the horizon color be black. Then we have the top color like dims. Yeah. But I think changing the sky if you plan on changing the sky at runtime. So we don't want to use quality if we're doing that. Your shade use any of the light variables or any custom uniforms. I guess I could also give we could go into the shader aspect of it as well. where we leave this like so. You see how dim the room is? Jesus Christ, that worked. And if we also have green space ambient occlusion, that helps. Now the walls are going to be like metal panels, so they're going to be white panels that are like have like a like separation in them, so you can tell they're like panels on the wall. Haven't set those up yet though. Now currently that's only affecting that main room. So if we have you at BC, BC, BC. It was the reflection probes that were doing it. So if I increase the reflection probe to be 20, and then I turn it to interior, gets rid of all of it. If I enable shadows, computes shadows in the reflection probe. This makes the reflection probe slower to render. May want to disable this. So I don't think we want to use the reflection probe in this way. Let's pop you at 3. What up, gamer? You are late. Because the reflection probes are more for reflections, as the name would suggest. Let's see how we've got that. What up, Ray? How you doing? If I increase this, like so, how weird that looks. Go 555. Reflection now does nothing. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Thanks, Ray. Ugh. There's ambient mode. We'll give it a constant color. So if we give it a constant color like so. And let me see what it looks like there. They aren't really providing any sort of light, are they? This might be a bit bright, and I apologize for that. That's not bad. I still need to set up the materials. And the materials are definitely going to change the shit out of this. See how that's providing some ambient light? I wonder if it's because of the reflection probe. Oops. So this is with the reflection probe turned off. That's the reflection probe just deleted. Do I still have... No, I don't have an emission. I don't have an emission on here. I get rid of that. I wonder if that's what the issue was. The fact that I still had that. Yeah, okay. Now you're not providing really any lighting there. Whereas these ones, I can see that from all the way back there. So pop this back in. Let's see if I can modify this at runtime. Let's see if we drop this energy down. Okay, cool. So modifying that at runtime does make it more dim, but it's also really messed up the... That's going to be more... I don't really want these to be reflective. Like, I'll probably move you back to that. Drop this 0.5. We do 0.2. That's doing a lot. That there is doing a lot more than this. Makes me feel like I need to just have stuff done by material emission. Because yeah, that does a lot. But this doesn't do nearly the same. But I wonder what else is happening here. What's the difference between those two things? Wix, how we doing? 35k hot sauce, let's do it. Let's rush this hot sauce. Get brackets back in the bag. Tasty 35k. This is Blair's original death sauce. There. Much appreciated, Wix. Ooh. That is spicy. So they're both the same doorway. Ooh. Gives coffee that little extra kick. Yeah. I am wondering. What if hang on. I should reset the secret word. Let me do that. What's the new secret word? There we go. That's the new secret word. The new secret word is set. There is no hint for the secret word. The secret word was guessed yesterday, so we have a brand new secret word. Brand new secret word. Right. Go PBR material. Okay. Right. So Material maker. So this one has these as the base images. And putting them on a surface. This stuff. Isn't that just like normal maps and roughness and stuff like that being added? Mm. So it's physically based rendering is a method 3D graphics simulates how light interacts with surface in real world. Instead of faking the appearance of materials with hand-tuned shaders, PBR uses real-world properties like how rough or metallic a surface is. So yeah, it's just providing it a normal map, a metallic, a roughness, all that sort of stuff. It's just having those subsequent textures. Yeah, the albedo, the normal map, the roughness map, the ambient occlusion, the metalness, the displacement and height map. Yeah. So what I could do with the floors is I don't have a roughness, I don't have a metallic, I don't even have a normal map for it. What I could do is split it out. Go down there. Down to there. Now we do have correct face attributes enabled, which is good. Merge it last. Merge it last. that. And what we can do that's a little bit be 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. If we're going around like so, we go around like so. If we delete those edges, actually delete those vertices. They basically just have this flat plane here. We can clear the seam. And we can clear sharps. You can be you can just be facility metal white. And this just want to get rid of you. Have you be just have you be white. Roughness is 5. You can probably set it at like 0.2 metallic. And then we take these. Actually, let's dissolve those edges. So we want 2 divides. So we need to get that. Then each is going to be what each panel at 1.5 is 4.5 across. So negative 1.5. Well, actually, hang on. You're negative 225. You're 225. So it's 4.5 from side to side. So negative 2.5 plus 1.5 is 175. No, negative 0.075. 0.75. Yeah. Should put you at 0.75. We probably go like 0.7. Oh, actually, sorry. 0.775. Have you at 775. Have you at 0.725. And you at negative 0.725. And what we would want here is these to be on here. Oh my God. Sign that. And if I add some normal maps and stuff, so these ones are deeper than these ones here, then I can have these have an emission applied, and it's like tweak the emission. And then maybe I'll be able to get some sort of global illumination done by that. I don't know if that's going to be correct, though. I don't know if that's the right way to do it. Now, multicolored. G'day, Desist. How you doing? So this one here needs 4. It has to go up to 8. There is a new secret word, and no, there are no hints yet. There are no hints. It is the first day of the word. So, next stream there will be. Now to bump this to 1.5. Actually, you're negative 375. So you have to have negative 375 be there. Negative 225. U would be negative 0.75, which would be 775. Then U would be negative 0.725. U 725. 2.225. 2.275. Find them there. All right, that gives us our 1.5 per square area. Now I can probably even put something I should have already accounted for, but completely forgot. Subdivide all through there. Then we take what 3.725. You are Something's off with those. It's because of that one. That one there's setting it off. Yep. So this will be negative 3.725. This one be 2.225. And you would be negative 2.225. There we go. So we want to go all the way around here. And we assign them there. Give this an emission. What up, Mungalo? How you doing? That would provide that. I should probably drop this black. Um, 9C, 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 3C, 3C, 3C. That's what we'll set it to. All right. Why does lighting have to be like this, Mungalo? Why? I want to get some sort of like ambient light. So basically, like, I want to have something where like the room is lit up, but I know it's going to be very different in Godot, Mongo. I'm just making a material. I'm just creating a material and like stuff in Blender at the moment. What I'm trying to figure out is I need some sort of constant ambient light that I can dim completely. Yeah, I know. So let me explain. Let me finish explaining what I want. Because I already know that there's no good way to I already know there's no good ambient light solution. Okay? I'm already well aware of that. I've been tinkering with it for a while now and it just doesn't exist. So what I want is to have some form of ambient light, whether it's faked or not. But the key is I want it to be able to dim. So I want to be able to have it like if I change this to be a sky and we give this like a procedural here sort of thing. Where are we? And then there's some way that I think I need to turn that off. And then I have that dim. You can see like over there gets more dim. Set the horizon colors to black. Turn off the reflection probe. And you see how we have that? So is that kind of thing. That's kind of what I want to have happen. Is I want it to be generally like this, and then there'll be an event in the game. And an event in the game will trigger the light to dim, and then we'll just have the emissive lights. I'll just have the emissive lights being like a emergency lighting setup. Yeah. You want to bake an emission map from Blender. Yeah. He makes some real nice stuff, but won't actually be lighting things. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Because, and that's kind of what I'm doing here at the moment, where I have like this material here that can be emissive, but I also need that to be like inset. I need it to look I need it to actually look like lighting in the ground. Which is where like the normal map and the roughness and stuff will come into it. So I can worry about that later. I need to do now is that's going to be interesting. Have you ever put a thing in Blender to bake a mission map or light cookie? Not yet. Not yet. I want to fake that strip of LEDs lighting up the bottom walls. No, I haven't done any of it yet. I need to remodel this stuff first. Let's see. Put that up there. I also need to move forward. Now I'm going to clear all these goddamn sharps for the moment. Merge by distance. You mean there's none? Okay. I need that to be moved here. We also need these. What is going on with these fucking things here? Fuck off. All by distance. All right. Well, that's not going to work. I turn all that shit off. What is this face? You fuck off. We don't want that. No idea what that face is either. Merging by distance, and all of a sudden it's merging things that are a mile and a half away. Let's see. You're going over there. Yeah, I have to fix those up, but that's something I can do later. All right. Do that. Ads. Time for words. You can also do multicolored whites, cookies. Yeah, I'm not worrying about that stuff at the moment. I'm just going to remodel stuff, get it ready for materials to be applied to it, and then we can start looking at then I can start worrying about baking and mission lighting and stuff like that. Auto merge is not the problem at the moment. The problem is that there's lines that have vertices that don't have anything to merge onto. So you just have like one edge there and then another edge that goes all the way down because there's nothing for that to merge on. What up, Ginger? How you doing, you gedunts? What up? Welcome into our ad break. Doing well. Trying to get things worked out for our lighting. So remodeling stuff, redoing materials, or actually creating materials for in the first place. Stuff like that, so we can start getting proper lighting set up. How about you? How are you going? What have you been working on? Oh crap, it's this guy. It is this guy, Pixel. It is. Not just this guy, but this guy with coffee. Yeah. And a mug that says exactly what I need it to say. Sorry all, I was just taking a sip of coffee. Hello Pixel. Welcome in y'all. Let me move things around here. Yeah. Welcome in Pixel. Thank you for the raid. How are you? I'm kind of offended that I'm offended, but I understand, Yana, that Maya is the biggest nerd you know or that you've met. I'm both offended, but I also understand. Yeah, I also understand. Hello, blood. How are you doing? Opened a company, got another artist involved. Nice, nice. Worked on a 3-month project, dropped it on Friday. Now working on a more feasible, financially available project. Nice to hear, Ginger. Nice to hear. Let's see. I'm just screwing around with lighting today, and we're doing some remodeling as well, so that we can more accurately do things. Like, yeah. So there's a lot of work we need to do now. We have unit tests as well. Yeah. Gotta go feed yourself and your cats. Fair. Fair. Hey, you do what you gotta do, Yana. Don't feel like you have to stick around and watch. If you've got food to have, if you've got pets to look after, that's priority one. Alright? Have a good one. We'll see you probably tomorrow. Yeah. We had a lot of fun yesterday doing unit tests. I need to subdivide that and grab that, move it up to there. And then we can merge that. Bad mesh. Bad mesh. Oop, that's not the edge that we wanted to. Let's do. Uh-oh. What mesh is that? Why doesn't that merge by... Wait, what? What? That's because that one. Whoa. There we go. There we go. It's 2 a.m., Ginger. God damn. Get those snoozes in, you get done. What up, Bone Circuit? How you doing? Let's see, we need to take this bottom edge here. Need to drop it down there. All right. And now we've also got to recalculate it all. Which, there's a little bit of weirdness going on around here. I think we need to reset all the vectors. And then average the face areas. Nah, because that's going to cause the top to be weird. I can't just set from faces either. Yay for recalculating normals. Yay. So it's gonna be because of UV editing. Gonna be because of all this stuff here. So what we need to do, I need to just change this. Object mode, object menu, auto smooth should give you one. Nah, that's not going to give me what I want because I need to apply a material to these, because this isn't just going to be a flat color all the way around. I want to have panels. So like this bit here is a panel. This area here is a panel. This area here is a panel. And then over here, this will be 2 panels sort of thing. Because like, so, man, that's not. Because you're 7.5 and 4.5. You're also 7.4 and 4.5. But this here, see how that's out of whack? So I have to find the thing. Go. We're going to make sure all of these are correct. Each one. Because there might be a vertice amongst this that's not the correct position. We don't want to have gaps. We don't want to have gaps in our mesh. All right. Do that. And then the X also needs to be corrected too. See how that one was proper, but the rest of it wasn't? There was some sort of slant or something going on. Right, so all of this seems to be perfect and proper, which is excellent. Nope, that one's out. Ooh, hello. You're not perfect and proper. You just appeared to be. That's not good. A couple of vertices there that haven't merged because they were too far apart. I'm also wondering if it's worthwhile to have to just create like a panel and like a 3/4 panel and a half panel. And then just have those as different things that I can just like place in. I'm wondering if that's going to be better. All right. And then this would have to be 225. Why are you not proper? I went through and god damn. What do you mean there's another one there? God damn. So many pains in the ass. This is what happens when you remodel stuff. Yeah. It always has something that's not right. There's always a vertice that's out of place somewhere. Why are you there? Should be there. I need to make sure that all these vertices are perfect. Kind of makes me want to just remake it from scratch. I'd probably be easier. Just use vert snap and auto merge so they merge properly. But that's the thing, like using vert snap. You're talking about this, right? Because that's what I've already got. Like I already use vert snap and stuff like that. Your Y, yeah, that's. You should just be 7-5. Negative. So if we have that set up, that's looking good. That's looking good. Of 3D block. I mean, I know where auto merging is. Oops. My issue with auto merging is I turn it on and then I forget to turn it off, which then causes vertices to merge when I don't want them to. I'll have stuff merge by accident, and then I'm like, oops, I need to undo that now. Yeah, like vertex snapping is the thing that I turn on all the time. I always have vertex snapping on. There. I'll leave vertex. I'll leave auto merging turned off because generally when I'm finished moving stuff around, I'll merge it all. Like I'll select it and do like a merge by distance for everything if I want to. If I don't want to, then I don't. There we go. All right. So now, set them from faces. Funkiness going on here. Probably going to be because of those two. That's the cutout for the doorways. Can dissolve those edges. You're not directly across though. Oh, yeah, sure. We can do that. Let's read that part there that's screwing me up. Morning, Mike. How you doing? Is that another face down the right side? In a line. That there is needed for the doorway. And like, I could add another line down there. Like, hello. That's not directly across from it. This one here. This needs to go there. There. That's very much not. Ah, you're there. Okay. You need to go over there. I'm gonna get rid of these edges. Get rid of those. That needs to go through. That needs to go through. Be a nice square there. Nice. Very nice. All right. Yeah, it's just that I just need to make sure that I take that into account when I'm creating the panels. That's all. Because this isn't going to be like a flat color. It's going to have like texture and normal map and stuff to it. So the more edges I have, the more I need to make sure things line up perfectly so we don't have like anything skewing or stretching or anything like that. So now I'm going to make sure. Once again, you are out of whack. I just went through an entire process of making sure that you were correct on the Y. And now you've moved. All right. There we are. Now I can probably get rid of those. Because that's 6 and 4. These should be 4. These ones here, I want those to be 2. You stay at 2, 6. Why didn't you connect up to that? Anyway. I think that works there. So why? Now you're out of whack there. All right, there we go. When you do that multi-set on Z, you usually adjust the average. Let's best scale Z to 0, then flatten first. So those are on the same Z. So when multi-editing verts, they have the same median value. They should all have the same median value anyway, because this started as a plane. And then I just selected an edge and extruded down on the Z. Yeah. So they should all have, like on that side, they should all have the same X. Or sorry, the same Y on this side. And on this side, they should have all the same X. Because it's just the plane, perfectly centered, and then it extruded down. Straight down on the Z only. Yeah, they should. Yeah. Which is why when you say, oh, you should do this first, it's like, well, that should make it so that they're all equal. But there's no guarantee that they're all going to be the same. I find there's always floating point errors. Like there's always some sort of floating point drift, which is why I always manually check my vertices to make sure there's no floating point drift going on. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic Gidunt. Computers suck when it comes to floating point values. So with that, if I now have those set from faces, that's looking better. It does beg the question. Should I just create a panel of this size and then use that all around? So this one here, I select you're negative 375, and you go up to 375. So that's 3 meters difference. So that's a 1.5. That's two 1.5 meter panels. And then this here is a 1.5 meter panel. This here is a 1.5 meter panel. This here is a 1.5 meter panel. And then they're all 2 meters. God damn it. Do that. Do a spot check to make sure they are all on 4. Cool. Cool. Then all of these. I'm also going to make sure the X's and the Z, then the Y's have stayed. Cool. Scale Z by 0. Oh, all right. Go around and set them all to 2 on the Z. All right, and by setting all of these to 2, so that'll be a 2 by 1.5. That'll be a 2 by 1.5. And then we can have 2 of those 2 by 1.5 panels there. What's the object transform scale? No idea. So if we do that, cold coffee. Cold coffee. Yuck. Yucky. I could probably use the same panels of the wall for the roof as well. But like ultimately, let me have a look. They've got those areas there that are lights. I think our reference was futuristic research facility. Like, this is kind of what I want it to feel like, where you've got like the panels on the walls and the floor. It's like everything's that white, that like research facility white kind of thing. And you've got like different panels there, but obviously I need lights in the game to be somewhere. So like we need lights to be somewhere, so we need to figure out where we're putting them. And like I don't think the emission is going to give us that sort of setup. You know what I mean? Hmm. I mean, it might. Let's do something here. Because if I create that as a panel, I would also need to create a half panel and a I'd need to create like a 3/4 panel. Not even a 3/4 panel, because that's 4 and you're 2/6. Which you would have to be 2/5 for it to be a 3/4 panel. We had that at 2.5. Then our problem is going to be this doorway. And we move you another. Actually, that's fine. That 2-5 is fine. Yeah, cool. So I can leave that there. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that's all good. Beautiful. So what I'm going to do is duplicate that. I'm going to separate it. What we're going to do I'm going to move your origin to be negative, no, positive 0.75 on the Y. There we go. So we do that. And I can also then give this some thickness too. We won't worry about that just yet. It's basically, we want to inset it just a tiny amount. Could be 7.4. .1. You're going to be 7.4. Cool. So if we unwrap, that gives us that exactly as we want it. And then we can create a material for you where those edges basically push back. Yeah, the clinical psychotic aesthetics kind of thing. Yeah. Like, I want it to feel like you're in a research facility and things aren't quite right. But you don't know what doesn't feel right. Yeah. It could be anything. Um and then if we because I have a feeling that the emission side of thing would work. Purely because if we have a look at this one, you're not doing as much emission as you were previously. Like, see how they're not? I think that's because I turned off SDFGI. Yeah, I turned off SDFGI. Okay. Turn that back on. And then go up here. You can see how much that's doing. So just those lights there, like lighting up this spot here. So I think if we have like emissive, what would it be? So if we had like on the floor, if we had around the edge emissive material and SDFGI has terrible textile resolution, so it has a very hard time picking up small emissive things. True. True. I'm not sure it would be small emissive thing. Like it would be like we'd have like these areas here, sort of thing. So like all of this would be like all of those would be doing an emission sort of thing. Yeah. Or perhaps I'm not sure I can do the individual panels. Maybe it'll work. Maybe the individual panels will work for the hallway. Yeah, I think we'll worry about that. Because what I would need is on the roof here. I'd need like a square cutout sort of thing to probably do. Where is it? Um, to probably do like this type of thing, where like we have a square area in the roof that itself is like a fairly large size emissive that's just projecting down. I don't know if that's going to be powerful enough to illuminate the room though. Yeah. Like the room is pretty tall and just having like an emissive up here, I don't think that's going to be enough. So Within area it will be. With an area it will be. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's get it done. Let's get rid of all that, because we don't need any of that. I'm also going to go into here. Get rid of these bakes. Don't need those. You have area light now in 4.7, right? We do have an area light in 4.7. The problem with an area light, Mungalo, is it's not optimized. It's very performance intensive. So if we have a bunch of area lights for different rooms and stuff like that, it's gonna drop frames like a bitch. So yeah. Like they have that warning on like under here they're like area lights are more demanding on the GPU compared to Omni and Spotlights. In Forward Plus, there is an additional GPU cost on all rendered objects as soon as one area light is present in the view frustum due to the nature of clustered lighting. Consider using them only for cinematics or when targeting high-end devices. It's kind of a single room game. So like this is the main area. I'm going to turn this background up. So this is the main area. Like this is your main room. This is the observation area. There'll be a hallway that goes like around a bit and extends out, and that'll give you access to like each of the different puzzle categories. But then there's also going to be secret areas. So there'll be secret areas that you can, once you figure out how to access them, might take you deeper down, might take you further up, might take you further out, sort of thing. So, yeah. There is going to be a lot of occlusion though. So you can already see how I've got the occluder on this here. And I've also got like each door has an occluder as well. So that way when you're in this room, you don't see basically any of the hallways or any of the other doors and stuff. Like that stuff never gets rendered in. But like I'll also show you what the area light looks like, because the area light doesn't look perfect. So if I have it at like 5.8, and we rotate it -90, so it's pointing down, you can see how it doesn't light up the roof. Yeah. Like it's projecting down. We tell it that its range down is like 7. So it projects all the way down to the ground. Its size would be 8 and 5 to give it like the area of over the top there. Yeah. And if we say, like, you can see how like the roof doesn't light up and stuff like that. Problem of no light bounces. Like I could I've got ambient occlusion as well. There's also screen space reflections. We've got reflected light. Really. There's distance fade and stuff. Like, even if I put it above, like, still doesn't. It's like the light color's already full, so I'd have to turn this up to like 2 or turn it up to 3. And then to get it so that it illuminates the roof as well, I'd have to duplicate it. I'd have to put one at like 0.25 and rotate it 90. So that way we've got like one illuminating the roof and the other to illuminate the, yeah. Only way to brighten it up is to fake the ambient light. That brightens everything. I'm fine with that. Never. Brightens everything, every shadow. Yeah, so that's... I guess that's the other issue is like, do I need shadows? So like if we have a look at like Portal 2, like they've got shadows for this stuff here. And I mean the characters kind of have shadows. But it's more like their reflection in the ground. You know? I guess, yeah, it's got shadow going on there. Yeah. Hmm. Light works well. Light works. Light works until L stops him. RTX when? Nah. Never. Nvidia can suck it. You could bake it all in Blender. But if I bake it in Blender, Mungalo, how do I have, like, am I able to have that dim during an event? So an event happens that causes the lights in the facility to go out, and you just have the emergency lights going on. Yeah. Bro speaks in a register lower than my will to keep facing this week. It's a good register, isn't it? Currently building my Pareto Frontier for my video pipeline. What a nightmare. Tricky, but could be done. And that's kind of why I want to avoid that, though, Munglo. Like, I'm thinking about setting it up as like giving the emissive things, the things that I want to have like an emissive light, giving them all the same shader that has a global parameter on it, that I then turn the emissive down, and that causes all of those emissive things to dim. That's what I was thinking. The other thing that I was thinking, which doesn't quite work, was turning off SDFGI, adding like a reflective thingamajig. Giving it a constant color. and then having the tone map exposure go down. Yeah. But the problem with that is it also turns that down. So that's not really an option for me. Have full control of wave from light maps and emissive maps. I think it would be baked material maps, emissive maps, and light maps, then a custom shader. Let's see. I want to see an example. Blender baked light maps. No images to show the result. That's not promising. I want to specify a game engine. Maybe we do Godot baked light maps. Because I know what I want to do is possible. Just I have no idea how. Like this uses 2 spotlights. But spotlights are also a bit spotlights are also very intensive. And then there's also like light the light map GI.
Hello there.
What up, Oki? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. There's light maps and there's voxel GI and stuff like light map GI and stuff like that. Voxel GI is pretty okay. I have troubles with voxel GI. So, if I add a voxel GI here, I shrink it to 6, 8, and 5, and we bump it up 3. Ads coming in. That's gonna be words. Word, yo. So if we do that, so this is contained in that area, I would need to add some lights. Or just add a light here. But if I bake this...
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
To Isengard? What the hell is Isengard? What's wrong with the announcer? Isengard's not a thing. This one should be easy. We should be able to perfect this one. Right? If we cannot get perfect on this, it's because not enough people were typing words. Okay? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look how easy it is to get perfect. Raspy. Raspy. Already got Spa. Yaps. Haze and Spay. Look at that. Look how easy that was. Oh. Level 10. Let's do it. Let's crush the crap out of this. Well, no, never mind. Oh, wait, there we go. Cool, cool. It figured itself out. I thought words on stream completely crapped itself, but tactical. The U is fake. U is fake. Uh-huh. Already got tact. Oof. Tilt. Yeah. Oops. Hmm. No idea. Cacti. What about tacti? Tickle. Acti. We got past it. We went 2 levels, probably. 1 level. All right. Level 11 on the next ads. Let's see. Sammy is crushing it. And then Desist, and then VM, and then the MVP, me. Yep. The only MVP right here. So, yeah, so with the Voxel GI, how are we baking this? High quality real time indirect light and reflections to scenes, pre-compute the effect of objects that emit light, and the effect of static geometry to simulate the behavior of complex light in real time. Needs to be baked before having visible effect. Once baked, dynamic objects will receive light from them. Minimal viable product, yes. Most valued Pokemon. MVP. Most valued Pokemon. No one's ever seen me in the wild. No one's ever been able to catch me. There's rumors. Like people don't even think that I exist. That's I had the first round to myself, gave me a head start. True. Psyduck is clearly the most valuable Pokemon. Or the one that sings you to sleep and dreams on your face. That's Jigglypuff. I'm kind of disappointed you didn't know who Jigglypuff was. So if I bake this now, that's not like the Voxel GI is not really. Do I need to leave the light turned on? Is that how it works? Oh. Oh, whoops, that was the Voxel GI that I was moving. My bad. Oh my golly golly goodness. G'day, Gala. How you doing? What up, Drip? How are we? Welcome to the stream of the best head on Twitch. Unfortunately, this is all that is. It's, What up, Fizzbuzz? How's things? What were you up to, Gala? Tell us all about it. I'm tinkering around with lighting, trying to figure out how I want lighting to work in my game. Before we get too far down the track and realize that I have to redo 50% of stuff to get things the way I want. Lighting is the best. I'm gonna have to push back on that. When it's finished, lighting is the best. When you're setting up the lighting at the start, lighting sucks. I hate it. It's the worst part of my day. It's dealing with light. That's why I'm an indoor head. I don't go outside. I ain't dealing with no sun. And now if I turn those off, see what I mean? I don't understand the Voxel GI. I have it baked, but when I turn off the lights, its baked lighting doesn't seem to be doing anything. So I assume it only works when I have the lights there. Well, I'm messing with lights so much. I do it to make a reference, so it's not quite like this. Fair. Fair. I'm just going insane. That's all I'm doing. I have been driven to insanity. This game, though, for anyone that doesn't know, this game's going to be a puzzle narrative game. And I want it to feel like Portal crossed with Stanley Parable. Yeah. I want it to be that sort of comedy. I want it to be dark comedy, like black humor sort of stuff. And I want it to be like based in a facility, so you don't know what's going on. You just know that you're there to do a thing. And as you progress and uncover the narrative, you start to figure out why you're there and what's going on and stuff. And then you do multiple playthroughs to unlock different secrets and stuff. So it gives you kind of like a Stanley Parable blueprints effect with like resetting and doing it again to yeah. You get it. But the lighting will make or break this game. I wonder if I go more stylized. Because if I go more stylized, the lighting might be a bit more forgiving. Got my Obsidian mood habit symptom tracker going. It tracks 17 different metrics related to things like mood, alcohol consumption, sleep, caffeine consumption, etc. Stuff like that. The idea is to be able to query all the YAML data with other plugins. Fair enough. That's fair. Is this so that you can figure out what's causing your mood swings, Drip? In general, yes. How many coffees do you have a day, Drip? Okay, so yeah, this only really works when there's lights in the scene. Then these are lit up differently. See how it's like darker in the corner compared to the edges because that's further away from the light source. Not really the effect I want to go for the lights. Start with a medium 4-shot vanilla latte and supplement with a 12-ounce Red Bull when needed. Jesus. Jesus. Roughly 400 milligrams daily, which is just under the healthy limit. Yeah. Um, I feel like this here. Hmm. Says Voxel GI in 4.7 had set camera attributes for it to pick up emission material. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense. Is it physical attributes or practical attributes? Auto exposure. No. Mushroom. Like, does the voxel GI need to be the parent? If I move that down here, I move that under there, bake. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. So yeah, the voxel GI needs to be the parent. If I get rid of that and I bake it again, then that's still fine. It still has that there. Your tester worked fine without parenting. But I think the main problem was probably that I had it under this node, if that's the case. Whereas if I set it up here and then bake. So I don't need the camera attribute. Hmm. So I'll probably need to put like a back face on that to stop the light from leaking out. Or like put like a face across. So have like so we do that in order to prevent the light here from getting out onto the wall up there. That makes sense? What up, Replicapra? I got your name right first try that time. Hang on. This face here. Get rid of that. I can't have it go through that. Because if I did, that, when this opened or opens up, you see how that face is there. But it is a back face, so that should be ignored. Wait, it shouldn't render that. I wonder how much of an issue that would be. I wonder. It should be fine. Let's export you. With primary doorway. Only selected. Go into our models. Primary doorway. Okay. Okay, there we go. So it still comes through. So that's obviously not what we want. That's obviously not correct. We set up physical attributes. Doesn't work. Practical attributes. Yeah, none of that changes it. Let's finish some stuff, my personal project of mine. So now 20-minute break and then lurk and hopefully some more progress. Nice. Nice. Progress is key. How do we stop that? Hmm. So, let's see. Voxel GI missive light leak. Set the voxel GI node to a higher subdivide. Okay. Okay. Obviously, that's going to increase the bake time and such, and increase the size of the data. Yeah, it's still that light there still doesn't make sense. Tighten the extents. Shrink the voxel GI extents to wrap only the gameplay volume. Smaller extent at the same subdivision yields finer voxels. Thick and thin walls. Hmm. So I wonder. If each can be done well with the voxel GI, probably not, because I think I need to add. Like, if I select these, if I extrude it back, no, because that wouldn't. Hmm. This approximate what light should be. in a cube. Yeah, but there's also no... there's no real thickness to these walls here. And that thickness is going to be what's not blocking the light. Yeah. Hmm. I could probably even adjust these doorways as well to not even come out here. That's actually a good idea. So instead of doing this, what I do... get rid of those. Then because this doorway is already pretty big. Actually, yeah, we do need that still. And grab all of those. Increment. Now we can even get rid of these edges here. Because that there's still 2.3 meters tall. And the tallest characters will be the robots at 2 meters tall. Your character is going to be 1.8 meters tall. So that's still perfectly fine size for the, like, perfectly fine height for the doorway. I need to start watching season 4 of Ted Lasso. I finished season 3 the other day. I now move those there. We're the sharps. Don't need the sharps anymore. We still need the... And probably get rid of the seams too. So the new seams will probably be along here. And then we've got these that we need to deal with. So this edge here needs a subdivide. There we go. That one needs a subdivide. You can merge it last. Merge it last. Merge it last. All right. So if we do that, and we mark a seam around that. So you know what? Yes, I do need to mark a seam around that. The floor is going to be very different. Actually, I can get rid of that. If I mark seam there, that'll allow me to split the floor of this out in the texture to something else. Like do the UV wrap for it differently. We go around here and around here. I can now have those two split out to something different as well. And so we also need that to have a seam marked. Or would it be these ones? So as it unwraps, that side flattens out. Then where does this part go? If I put a seam there, it would be part of that. No, it wouldn't. It doesn't connect onto anything if I do that. Seam that. These need to have a seam. And you also need to have a seam. Unwrap those. Now we've got these here. What's that? Those are those doorways there. So this here will then allow those to unwrap as well. Beautiful. Much better. What up, test chamber? G'day R2D2 ADH 73 4 GX. How you doing? I said your name wrong and then immediately had to change what I was saying. All right. So that there is that center part through there. With that part cut out. That's good. Yeah, I'm raiding you. All my friends raiding each other. I love it. All raids lead to everywhere. Yep. I don't like how those are tilted. I don't have those selected. Just unwrap those. That's good. Unwrap those. I don't want them to do that. Unwrap. I don't want it to be tilted. Is it doing that because it needs another seam there, sort of thing? Nope. We've already got seams at the bottom and at the top, around there. Seam, seam, seam. So that should extend up there. That goes up and extends up there. Those should just go out. Why are they tilted? Why do they keep tilting? Like, why are they always on an angle? Like, just fucking stop it. Just be straight up and down. I guess that's technical. Now you got the back part there. All right. Why? There's no reason for it to unwrap like that. What? I do not understand why it's doing that. Why is it doing that? Try straighten it out in the UV editor. Well, no, because that's going to give us. Like, there's no way to get it perfectly straight. Like, I'd have to rotate it and somehow get it to be exactly what it needs to be. But then, like, you have a look at this point here. It's like that's its X and that's its Y. And you have a look at this one, and the Y is completely different, and the X is completely different. So and then if I select this side and we unwrap it, it tilts the other way. I don't understand why it's tilting. Hmm. I don't know. It's very weird. Very weird. Select all island with that square as the active. Then do follow active quad. I've tried. So follow active quad of even gets us that. Yeah. I don't see. After you manually squared up the small square in the middle island, or in the island, you can change the snapping mode in the UV editor. Yeah, but the snapping mode in the UV editor is not gonna help. Like, I need to manually rotate these and hope that they kind of line up. And then, like, I can snap over this way, but then it's like, all right, now I've got to turn it a bit more. Snap there. Rotate a bit more. Snap it there. And then what we select all island with that square as the active, then follow active quad. Select all island with that square as the active. So if I select all of it, like, what do I need to? I select Let me just do that. But now I've only got one of them. Like only one of the UVs are selected there now. Like only one of the UV squares are selected. Because now it's changing like the size and everything. So now like this part here is not going out anymore. Yeah. Like it should be like that because that's what it has there. Yeah. I'm sure that active face is squared up though. It's not. It's not squared up because they were rotated opposite directions. So I have to manually rotate them and then I have to try and perfectly align them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, screw it. Screw it. Close enough. All right. Let's see. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Now these ones here. Damn it, stop it. Like that. All right. So select the faces around there. These ones can go there. Actually, no, I can't do that because I need the one on that side to be flipped. And the reason being because when we add a normal map, it's going to have. We need the light to be interpreted from the different direction. If topology of an island is the same, should be able to copy over the UV to the other island. That might be in the UV Magics add-on I use, which you can activate if you want. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. That'll be the last thing that I do with it. Because that's starting to go down a path of too much. So if I copy UVs, and then we invert the selection, and we paste the UVs, so there's that. But now what I need to do Actually, those are fine. Because the problem there is I do need them to be inverted. Because when I get the normal map set up, if this is receiving light from this direction, like from like a diagonal coming in there, that will be lit up. But if I have this facing the same direction as this, then when it receives light coming from that direction, it's not going to be lit up because the normal map's going to be flipped. You know what I mean? And that's mainly going to be an issue with these. So if we move that there, the normal map would be being received, both of those.
Secret word hint.
There is no hint for the secret word. It is a brand new secret word. So you only get a hint on the second day. So if we take this, rotate 90. Oh shit, we got ads coming in again. Yeah, Sammy guessed it. Again. Porpoise? No. You do go a bit over, don't you? I can get rid of those now. So if we have all of this, let's go on to words for a moment. All right, we're level 11. Let's crush it. Why aren't you continuing? Okay, maybe we won't be doing words because it seems like words on stream is having a bit of a problem. It's having a moment. So, yeah. Nah, words broke. Words broke. Move those over there. Game duel? Alright. Alright, let's do a game duel. What the frick is this? There's coins. I got no idea. Wario Blast featuring Bomberman. It's definitely a Wario. Wario Land 3. Wario Land 2. Wario Land 4. Wario Land Shake It. Alright. Artwork. What game is this? Actually, is that a tofu? Is this Dofus? Got it! Ah, yeah. I bet none of you even know what that game is. That looks like Link, but it's not. Yeah, see, it's not Link. See, I told you it wasn't Link, Sammy. Green lips. How did you guess that? When I was like 15, I played a ton of Dofus. And then they started to monetize the shit out of it and put in like a store and stuff like that, and I stopped playing. So, yeah. It was great though before that. These days it's just pay to win, so I have no idea who this is. The character from Beyond Good and Evil, Jade. Fair enough. I mean, probably should have guessed their name was Jade, considering all of their colors are jade. No combat, no tutorial, lamp posts. Light, Crusader, Child of Light. No. Prison level, no objective, house cleaning. Invisible maze, meta narrative, surreal levels. What up, George? How you doing? The Beginner's Guide. The Beginner's Guide. There you go. Nicely done, Cam. G'day, George. How are you? I've never even heard of The Beginner's Guide. We are looking for a single-player game released in 2012 that is not third-person. Could be horror, could be survival, could be drama. This is giving me Dishonored feels. Okay, it's not Dishonored. It's not first-person either. So it's either top-down bird view, side view, visual novel, or auditory. Not a shooter or RPG, not point and click, not fantasy or stealth. So, not Terraria, because that was earlier than 2012, I'm pretty sure. However, Terraria will also, that's not single player. Terraria will tell us if it's side view. Okay, so it's not side view either. Yeah, 2011 was Terraria. Yeah. Told you, Sammy. Told you. Could be indie, could be platform. That game is old. Yeah. Yeah, it is old. Silent Hill. No, it's not first person and it's not third person. It's also not side view. So it's got to be like a top-down bird view perspective. or it needs to be a visual novel. Hotline Miami. No, it's not a shooter, and it's not an RPG. It's also single player. I think Hotline Miami has multiplayer, right? So it is isometric bird view, single player, 2012. It looks like it's going to be an indie game. Could be horror, could be survival, could be drama. Probably horror or survival. Isometric bird view, single player, 2012. Horror, survival, indie. It's not endoparasitic. FTL. FTL. There you go. Well done, Cam. Sci-fi survival. There we go. Crushed it, Cam. Absolutely crushed it. So if I move those there, I can probably shrink those. Actually, what if I unwrap that? It's like that. I'll move you there. There we go. That's close enough. So we can move that over there. That could be out of the way. This is going to be the floor. I can rotate that 90. Put that there. This is these. Ooh, actually. I'm gonna move you over there more. These ones here. Move it that way. You. Because that goes down. Hits onto there. Ooh, actually. That one needs to be from there. I suppose I can probably. Actually, I need to undo parts of that. Get rid of the scaling of that. Yeah, cool. We need to rotate that -90 because it needs to receive light in the opposite direction to this. So if we take this and move it here, because this is those two there. So what I need to know which one's on this side, and I need to know which one's on this side, so that when I set up the normal maps, they are able to be connected. What happened with the square hole game? That is one aspect of this game. I that's a very small aspect of this game. That's like 0.01% of what this game is. If we assign that, mm, oh, oops. Okay, so you're that side. Which means you are over this side. So if I was to use this as the light, yeah, never saw you work on the same thing twice. That's fine, George. That's fine. But think about games in general. Many things make up a single game. So if you see me working on this doorway, the next time you come in, if I'm working on a character, that doesn't mean that I've moved on to a completely separate game. It means I'm working on a different aspect of the same game. So, yeah. The full game is a puzzle narrative. If I rotate it that way. So that's the bottom part. So I need to rotate it -90 that way. Okay, I need to actually rotate it 180. Okay. So we can scale that up. There we go. So I'm going to leave you unscaled. Oh, that's it, unscaled. Okay. Cool. Go there. Scale them both up. Move them in the middle there. There. So those light panels have some texture to them now. So it looks like they have like that casing over it that gives it some feel. Yeah. I get that because you work on two games at the same period. When? When have I worked on two games in the same period? So if I rotate it that way, rotate it -90. Rotate it 180. There. There we go. Now, I'll do that. The sun is coming down on an angle like so. It's not correct. That would be more correct. There must be something going on with the normal map for this. Has that as the bottom and that as the top. That's not right. That's not right at all. That's very much not right. Releasing game soon, right? Yeah, it's already done. It's already out there. Doing bug fixes as they pop up and stuff. So yeah. That game's done. Oh, that was a good stretch. Basically, each of those top parts, I want them to be like the light coming on and hitting it directly. How would we do that? That's going to be interesting. If we have a look, we've also got... There's a normal map, but I don't think we... Do we have roughness and stuff? We don't have a roughness or a metallic or anything like that. Have a look here. So a roughness texture is basically a black and white where the black is deeper and the white is higher, right? Like it takes light into account as well. It's kind of a combination. You've got like the light there, like the shadow there, sort of thing. The light hitting it there, making it brighter. Yeah. So we pop open Critter and we have a look at the texture that we use for that. Documents, projects, the frame, assets, materials, textures. So we've got this one here. I have a new UV that needs to be imported for that. Export UV layout. Do I have the UVs stored elsewhere? No, I don't. Import layer. Ah, I see. That was under models. I don't want models, I want textures, doors. There we go, the UV. Override it. Then we import that. Gives us that. Try it soon. No plans for marketing. I'm not too concerned about the marketing. I'm not worried about the game being successful. Also go over that. I'll figure out what I'm doing with the floor later. Interesting. Tab makes it full. Interesting. Tab makes it full screen. Get rid of those because we don't need that anymore either. He's working on this 2D top-down view with inventory and stuff. A very long time ago. Very long time ago. A year and a half ago. Yeah, that would have been like the first thing that I was doing. Yeah. How can we get this? Because I think what I needed to do, I wanted to create this. To go detail. We select this area here. There we go. Easy. And then up on detail. Get something like this. And actually, do that. Go back to this one. Then we have it change to pattern. put the pattern in like so. And I'll remove that. I want to duplicate you. Go normal. And what we want to do from the normal is we want to go filter, height to normal map. You can see how it's created like so. Come on, fucking show me the goddamn. There we go. Goddamn. We have to do X negative. Y negative. Z positive. X negative. Oh, really? What up, Tommy? Is Alex still catching the streams? Occasionally. He pops in occasionally. I finally did it. Got my laptop back today. I'll watch some Twitch on it when I get home. What? You got your laptop fixed? Oof. That back to 1. Simple. Simple does it well, doesn't it? So what I'm hoping